We need Ricky Kelty to come to the holding area so we can get started with our market theater division. Ricky Kelty. On deck, we need the market heifer division. If you're thinking about making your way up here, Oren Sell, Mila Tipton, Wyatt Grzalka, and Natalie Brown. If you're thinking about making your way over here. Ricky Kelty, we need you to make your way over here with your market steer for the feeder class. Ricky Kelty. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and get started with our market feeder division. We'll only have one entry with Zoe Van Winkle. On deck, we need market heifers, Oren Sell, Mila Tipton, Wyatt Grzalka, and Natalie Brown. You need to be up here with your market heifers. Market heifers, we're looking for Oren Sell, Mila Tipton, Wyatt Grzalka, and Natalie Brown. Be over here in the holding area and get checked in. Mila Tipton, we need you with your heifer to the holding area.
Good morning, Sheridan County. everybody. It's great to be back. Third time's the charm. Maybe I'll get things right today. I really appreciate the effort that this young lady's put forth in kind of a continental, lighter colored female. I really appreciate just how much muscle expression she has. She's really expressive from stifle to stifle, big topped and wide based. At the same token, she might not really be my kind, just being a little bit rounder and coarser about her overall look. I'd like to tone her down ever so slightly at her tailhead, maybe let her be a little bit more fluid in her movement. But congratulations, that young lady, for sticking with it with a really stout, powerful type heifer. Congratulations to her. Let's hear it for her.
Coming in first in that market feeder class is Zoe Van Winkle. Getting ready to enter the ring now is our market heifer division. It'll be Oren Sell, Violet Tipton, Wyatt Grzalka, and Natalie Brown. This will also be the selection of our champion market heifer. Coming on deck for market beef class 1, we need Stephen Gamble, Amia Koltiska, Drew Hiller, and Penny Reinholz. Be making your way up here with your market steers.
First and second.
Take a minute to remind all exhibitors that as soon as you're done showing or walking out of the ring back to your stalls, go ahead and get a picture out by the backdrop that's out in the grass ring. That way our photographer doesn't have to sit out in the sun all day today. So as soon as you're done and while you'll get that picture, go ahead and head out there.
As they leave, okay?
Awesome, awesome. Here in the market heifers, I have been raising cattle my entire life, but I have never really shown or exhibited a market heifer. And I do this because it's kind of interesting to ride the line between what is an attractive breeding project and then also where can we actually change them to be more market oriented. So it's kind of riding the line in an interesting spot. You have to change your mindset just a bit. But here in this division, I am just going to discuss kind of the differences that I do see. There's a big weight difference here in this division, and I want that to be very clear. Young man here with the more predominantly black female, I like her. She is really stout. She's wide-based. I like how big top she is. You get your hands on her, and she is really shapely. Maybe get behind her, and I don't really love that she's not super square from her hock down to the ground, but in a market setting, I will call her sound enough. I like that she's big-hipped, explosive out to her pin set, and really shapely. Young lady's heifer who's giving her a hard time, but hey, she looks pretty good right now, so good job sticking with it. I like this female in terms of how big boned she is. She has a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's probably a little bit patchy in terms of her condition, but she's also pretty shapely over her top, and I do appreciate that. Her too could be tweaked a little bit structurally. She's not entirely long-strided or fluid in her movement, but I would call her sound enough as well. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man right here in front of me with the baldy heifer, kind of getting higher up in weight, is really attractive. She's really smooth and maternal from her shoulder forward, and I do appreciate that about her kind. She's also very feminine, but it's kind of working to her disadvantage because in this particular set, she's probably the most maternal and the most functional, which kind of kills me to say, because sometimes when I'm looking at heifers, that's what I'm looking for. But she's also pretty flat. Get your hands on her, and she doesn't have a tremendous amount of muscle shape over her top. But in my opinion, maybe that could potentially be a next generation type of thing. Really maternal one that's stamped, that has a tremendous amount of look. A young lady's heifer that kind of is more conventional in terms of her hair coat, but I won't discount her because she's also really stout. I probably like her ratio of condition to muscularity the most. She might just finish the best. But she also isn't super expressive about her muscle shape, kind of more conventional about her bone work, but young lady's done a really fantastic job of feeding that one. So it makes it a really interesting decision here. I'm going to take one more look and find some market heifers that I like, but ringside, if you have different market heifer priorities than me, I completely understand, but these exhibitors have done a really awesome job. I know there's not a ton of quantity, but there is some quality here, so congratulations.
Your champion, Market Heifer, goes to Mylan Tipton. Your reserve champion goes to Wyatt Grzalka. Okay, getting ready to enter the ring now is our Class 1 market. We need Stephen Gamble, Mia Klatiska, Drew Hiller, and Penny Reinholz. We need to have Class 2 be thinking about making her way up to the holding area. Natalie Herbst, Amy Peldo, Melanie Brown, and Colton Smith. Today we would like to take a moment to honor a man who is a great supporter of the 4-H program and especially a great supporter and volunteer of the Market Beef and Market Lamb program. He was a great mentor for all the youth involved. And so today our honorary ring steward is Arlen Tim.
So this year we had a remarkable amount of Sheridan County Gordon raised animals, and you will see those listed on your show order. So out of that first class, in the Market Heifer class, Oren was showing a heifer from Tipton Cattle Company. Milo is showing one from Tipton Cattle Company. Wyatt was showing his heifer raised by him and his grandpa, Wyatt and Tom Grzalka, and Natalie Brown's heifer came from Hancock Cattle Company. In this class, Mia is showing her steer that she raised. Drew is showing a steer from Kincaid Club Calves, and Penny Reinholz is showing a steer from West Pass Ranch. So that is pretty awesome. kind of an interesting class of lightweights because I would challenge all of these exhibitors probably pour the feet bucket to them just a little bit more. Get my hands on them and I don't quite know where they're really going to fall in terms of grade. But my hats are off to them. I wish them the best of luck once they are on the rail because really this shorthorn influence steer probably just has the best balance and ratio between being fat and finished enough for me. He has some external fat indicators in his chest floor and around his cot, while still being one that has enough body shape, enough flexibility for me. What I really like about this steer is that he ties his head and neck really, really high out of the top side of his shoulder. Probably borderline, might not have enough muscle for me, but I do appreciate that he is finished. I do also understand he is the lightest weight steer in his class, so I completely get that, but I do like his rib shape, I like his finish, probably the best. Young lady here with the solid black steer, probably from the side and maybe from the front view, he does look a little bit sour, and I won't argue with that because he is bigger footed, he is bigger boned, but really get my hands on him. And he's pretty disappointing right over the top side of his loin. And at the same token, I'd like to just make him more explosive out to his fin set and probably have more turn to his outer stifle. But young lady did a nice job with him, really highly presented, and is getting him stuck right now. Nice job. Young man with kind of the coarser hair to a solid black steer. This guy is stout. Big-footed, really, really big top-dead type of steer, and I appreciate how much muscle shape he has. Probably borderline, doesn't quite have the finish that I was looking for in the two steers above him. And at the same token, he's also pretty round out of his hip. Young lady with a brothel face, I really do like this steer. He is practical in terms of his build, probably not enough muscularity, and is probably the furthest away from an end point comparatively to those particular contemporaries. But let's cheer for those kiddos in the lightweight class.
First place in Class 1 was Stephen Gamble, second, Amy Reinholz, third, Drew Hiller, and fourth, Amia Kotiska. Entering the ring now is our Class 2 with Natalie Herbst, Amy Peldel, Melody Brown, and Colton Smith. A few of these cattle came from West Showstock, Hancock Cattle, and Tip Tip Cattle Company. We need Class 3 to make their way up to the holding area. Chloe Riddell, Stephen Gamble, Wynn West, Riley Panic, and Stephen Gamble. Make your way to the holding area and get checked in.
Oh, I'm just pointing at that.
need Chloe Wardell, Stephen Gamble, Lynn West, Riley Panic, and Stephen Gamble. If you're thinking about making your way to the holding area.
deserves some thought because I do think there's a tremendous amount of differences, and sometimes the steers weren't quite wanting to cooperate so that we could give them really a look. There really isn't one that is a major standout in here for me today, but there is one that I just think reads with the most practicality. He's the most my kind in terms of his body shape. I like him enough on the move, and I think that he's attractive from the side. Get your hands on him, and I do appreciate that he is the least patchy in terms of his condition, and I also think that he is relatively fresh for how much body shape he does have. I do wish that I could rock him back in the angle of his shoulder, maybe make him the longer necked one in this particular set, but I do think he combines a tremendous amount of good. So congratulations there. A young lady coming on out with this Baldy Sear, there you go, is very, very expressive in terms of his muscle shape. This view right here is very impressive, and I like that about him. He is long fronted from his shoulder into his front end, but when you really get him on the move, he is pretty constricted in terms of his rear pastern. He's a little bit shorter hipped, but I do appreciate that he's really fresh in terms of his kind. A nice steer there for that young lady. Just like to tweak him a little bit out of his hip and hind leg. A young lady's dark nose smoke. Talk about one with a lot of practicality. I know that he will probably be pretty favored off of either end of the grid, just much like our class winner in terms of his body shape. He's pretty flexible in terms of his kind. Honestly, I'd actually like to grab the clippers on him and just make him look better in his hip and a little bit fresher in terms of his front end, but a really, really nice steer. A young lady here, it probably has the best silhouette in terms of a calf from the side. I love her, this steer from his shoulder forward. I think he's the most attractive in terms of his hind leg, but with that it makes sense that he's also flatter in terms of his body shape and a little less impressive in terms of his muscularity. Really nice class of steers, requires a lot of thought because there's a lot of trade-offs and a lot of negatives but a lot of positives. So let's cheer for those kiddos. Congratulations.
Winning that class is Colton Smith, second, Melanie Brown, third, Amy Peldo, and fourth, Natalie First. Getting ready to enter the ring for class 3 is Chloe Wardell, Stephen Gamble, Lynn West, Riley Panic, and Stephen Gamble. These cattle range from 1270 to 1310. 2 of these cattle came from Sheridan County, from Carter J. and Bertram Cattle.
a really competitive top pair in here. But I think that once this young lady gets the stiff-nosed steer kind of waking up this morning at 9 o'clock, I think he looks really, really good. I appreciate just how punchy he is in terms of his muscle shape being so expressive from behind. It's really when you directly compare these two, get on a three-quarter view from behind, and he does have more shape and turn from his hip down to his stifle, and I appreciate that. But I am going to get nitpicky on him because I obviously took a second, and the things that I'm not a fan of would be that he is bolder-shouldered and kind of more opened up in the top point of his shoulder, not allowing him to quite look as attractive as the steer here in second from the side at some points. But once the young lady gets him stuck, I really appreciate the foot size, the body shape, and the overall muscularity. Young man here, I know you haven't had a wonderful day. I've been there with the bloody nose standing second place in class many times in my life, but you are standing second place in class with a really nice painted up steer. I like this guy. I think that he is better over the top point of his shoulder. I think he's smoother shouldered, probably better at the angle of his knee. But when you really get down to getting nitpicky about which one has more shape, I do think that this steer is flatter pinned, a little bit flatter in his stifle, but a really good bodied steer who's really angular at his knee, a really nice top pair. Congratulations to you. I've been there. I hope the nose gets better. Kind of a smoke steer here in third. This is one of the best third place animals we've seen at County Fair thus far. I like his freshness. He's definitely the longest fronted steer that we've seen all day, and I appreciate that. He's big-footed and he's fresh in terms of his kind, but with some of those things, I'd like to rearrange him a bit. He's getting to be a bit too high in his tail head for me. He's a bit harsher in his forerib, back into his flank. Get your hands on him, and this isn't quite his end point. I'd like to rearrange him there. Also just make him more relaxed in some of his angles. But dang, standing still from his shoulder forward, that guy's cool, and he's pretty fun to show as well. Nice job. I actually think there's some trade-offs here in the bottom pair of steers. I do understand he is slick-haired, but I wouldn't go as far as calling Charlotte Angus Cross always being the rat tail, because I still think that he finished out really, really well. I like his body shape. I like his top shape. I just think he's stouter than the short-horn appearing steer. And the short-horn steer is probably mellower in terms of his finish. He is longer spined, definitely longer hipped, but he has two flatter muscles. I really can't compete with this particular class in terms of face width. But congratulations to all of those kiddos. Awesome class. Raise the roof for them. Get loud. That was cool.
Coming out of Class 3, your champion goes to Lynn West, second, Stephen Gamble, third, Chloe Wardell, fourth, Riley Panic, and fifth, Stephen Gamble. We're now looking for Class 4 with Jet West, Grady Hiller, Lily Hancock, Ella Hiller, Oren Sal, and Mila Tempton. All right, we have Class 4 entering the ring right now with Jet West, Grady Hiller, Lily Hancock, Ella Hiller, Oren Sell, and Mila Tipton. We have a few bred and fed steers in this class. Some of them were bred by Hancock Cattle, Jerry Lundy, and Tipton Cattle Company. We need Class 5 to be making their way to the holding area. Wyatt Grzalka, Chloe Wardell, Tate Olmstead, Jet West, and Taylor Schreibice.
a lot more logical at the top in comparison to the last class. And honestly, really an athletic one. And I say that because I've been to about 5 shows this summer, and this is the first time I've been kicked at, so congrats. Really Bigfoot, and I like this steer in terms of his body shape. You get behind him and you're not disappointed. Nice one. I do appreciate the second place steer just in terms of practicality. He's really not blessed with the cosmetics or the extra fit job or any of those types of things, but I can still see through some slicker haired cattle. I like that he's long strided, I think he's good body, he has a really good ratio of muscularity to finish. I would challenge this young man, maybe next year, get a little bit of a hoof trimming, but I really like that steer in terms of practicality. A young lady's predominantly black calf is really cool from his side. He's really long necked from his shoulder forward, and I do appreciate that. He's also extremely expressive about his muscle shape, but sometimes when they get this expressive, they also break ever so slightly up in and behind their shoulder. I desperately would like to change that about this steer, but a nice one in terms of soundness and in terms of look, just a bit too broken up and behind his shoulder. I appreciate all the effort that's went into preparing this steer. I do like that the dark nose smoke is just so good on the standstill. You get your hands on it, and he actually is really, really fresh to the touch. But it's this view where he takes a stride, where he becomes straighter hawked, and he becomes more constricted in the center portion of his spine. 2 steers that'll round out the class really are just sorted in terms of muscularity in this specific view right here. The black steer is bigger hipped, more explosive out to his pins, and just has more clearance in terms of base width. I do appreciate that the orange steer does have some more performance. He is probably taller shouldered and longer fronted, but you really get behind him and watch him go away from you, and he's straighter hawked and narrower. But really nice class winner. Congratulations to those kids.
First place out of Class 4 goes to Jet West, second Grady Hiller, third Ella Hiller, fourth Violet Tipton, fifth Lily Hancock, and sixth Oren Sell. Entering the ring now will be Class 5 with Wyatt Grzalka, Chloe Wardell, Tay Olmsted, Jet West, and Taylor Schreibeis. We also have a few more Sheridan County bred and fed cattle in this class. Those are raised by Grzalka Ranch, Olmsted Cattle, and Schreibeis Ranch. Sheridan County Bred and Fed show that will happen at the conclusion of the Market Steer Show. Because we do have so many bred and fed steers, we are only going to have the first and seconds. If any of those steers were bred and fed, come back for that show. Just that way we can get through, and we don't have much ring room either. in for our judge today, Jonathan Ayers. She's a fifth-generation cattle producer who has competitively shown and sold registered cattle from coast to coast. Being on the Blackhawk livestock judging team, she has had notable wins, being named the high individual with the national champion team at Cattlemen's Congress, an academic All-American, and consistently finding a place in the top 10 in reasons at every national contest. Next fall, she's attending Oklahoma State University as an Ignite Leadership Scholar for Animal Science and Pre-Law. Jonwood is a vice chairman of the National Junior Angus Board of Directors and was top 5 at the coveted National Junior Angus Showmanship Contest. She understands that her involvement in the National Junior Angus Association and serving as an Oregon FFA state officer has given her the tools to become an evaluator, encourager to all, and national speaker. Jonwood is motivated to encourage all youth in this industry to speak up, championing those who are brave and persistent while being go-getters as her passion. We need Class 6 to make their way to the holding area. John Reinholz, Autumn Costine, Zoe Van Winkle, Brecken Kissling, and Katie Schreibeis. Just a reminder to exhibitors, if you're done showing in your market class, go ahead and head out to the grass ring. We have the backdrop set up with the photographers out there. So we'll go ahead and get those pictures done before it gets too hot.
Actually, a pretty close-top pair here in this particular class, and I've said it before at this fair, but I'll say it again, I guess, is that I don't really appreciate when judges want to combine two animals, but I think that this is an appropriate case. I just like that the solid black steer is a little bit more flexible in the center portion of his spine. He's better at the angle of his knee, and consequently is also better out of his hip and hind leg. He is competitive in terms of muscle shape. I would like to just make him a little less stale to the touch. I wish he was a bit fresher and had a little bit less holes in terms of his condition, but I still think that he's really big finned, really flexible, and it's actually once you get these livestock on the move that he does dominate. A young lady once again brings me another smoke steer. I asked her if this is her favorite, and probably right now it's not. But get her on the standstill, and this steer is really, really nice from his shoulder forward. He's really fresh, and I appreciate that. But it's really, when he gets on the move, he wants to be more underneath himself, shorter hipped and rounder from there down. I just like to loosen him up in terms of his structure. A young man here in third probably got into a class he didn't really want to, because I do think this is a really nice steer. He's really wide-based, big-footed, and has a lot of foot quality, and I think that that's important. He's also very long-fronted. I just like to make him a little bit looser and deeper in his foreribs, sweeping back into his flank, allow him to have the same type of rib shape as those two other steers, but a nice one in his own right. A young man here with a branded steer, I like him in terms of his length of spine, his practicality, but he's also just a little bit flatter in terms of his rib and muscle shape, but still a nice calf. A young lady with a frost-steered, rib-branded steer is really, really high-performing. I appreciate cattle that are really long-spined, but really, with all this length and extension, he's pretty narrow-constructed. I'd like to see more muscle shape, but congratulations to her.
Winning Class 5 is Jet West, second Chloe Wardell, third Tate Olmstead, fourth Wyatt Grzalka, and fifth Taylor Schreibeis. Getting ready to enter the ring now will be Class 6 with John Reinholz, Autumn Costy, Zoe Van Winkle, Brecken Kisling, and Katie Schreibeis. For bred and fed steers, some of the producers in this class are West Pass Ranch, Kincaid Club Class, Alan John, and Nancy Cabela. the bread and fed show. So I call your name. You'll actually need you in here for the show. So we'll need Mila Tipton with her market heifer, Wyatt Grzalka with his market heifer, Penny Reinholz out of class 1, Colton Smith out of class 2, Melanie Brown from class 2, Chloe Wardell from class 3, Mila Tipton from class 4, and Tate Olmstead from class 5. Those individuals will bring up their cattle for the bread and fed show. Exhibitors, please don't forget about your consignment forms. As soon as you get done showing, come to the white office and get the yellow consignment forms. Those need to be turned in by 1 p.m. today to the white sales shed.
appreciate when we get into heavier weights, and I do believe that all the way down, a lot of these steers have a lot of practicality and do have some finish, and I appreciate that. But I think this is one of the easier class winners of the day. I really appreciate this steer from his body shape, in terms of his quarter as well, while still being attractive enough for me and flexible enough as he makes his laps. But congratulations, that young lady. I really appreciate that steer's tandem of finish to muscularity is really nice. Congratulations. Next young ladies steer, I really do appreciate. Let's go ahead and lead them out, you guys, as I talk them. There we go. Sweet and important. I really just appreciate this steer in terms of his flexibility and his ankles. He might not have been blessed with the best clip job, and I would challenge you to maybe clip him over the top side of his neck and make him look fresher. But I do think he's practical in terms of his build. I like his rib shape. I like his depth of body. Congratulations to her. Young man's steer here in third really could be a floater for a lot of different judges because he is really big-footed. He's really big in his forearm. He actually has some base to it when you get up in front of him, but it's really when you ask cattle to lead that I believe cattle should get better on the move, and this guy doesn't. He's more constricted in the center portion of his spine, really dips in his pins, and in the same token, he's pretty harsh in his full rib. I couldn't get past those things, and so that's why I left him third. But nice job finding one that probably looks real cool as a prospect because he's big-footed and long-necked, and I get that. Two steers to round out the class that I appreciate in terms of their practicality. Probably the most practical, second to last and last place steer that we've seen. I like them in their forerib. I like their rib shape because both of their rib shapes have obviously converted into some fat and some muscularity. They probably just don't have enough power to compete, but I appreciate that. Let's celebrate those kiddos.
Winning Class 6 is Autumn Posty. Second, Zoe Van Winkle. Third, Brecken Kisling. Fourth, Katie Schreibeis. And fifth, John Reinholz. Getting ready to enter the ring now is Class 7 with Bodie Olmsted, Chase Edwards, and Gavin Rizalta. These cattle are also part of the bred and fed. These three came from Haycock Cattle, Tipton Cattle Company, and Rizalta Ranch. We also need Class 8 to think about making their way to the holding area with Katie Schreibeis and Chase Edwards. If you had a first or a second in the market heifer division or in the market steer show, just be thinking about getting your animal ready and getting ready to head back up here for the overall grand drive. We'll need Mila Tipton, Stephen Gamble, Colton Smith, Wynn West, Jet West, and Autumn Austin with their class winners. On deck for seconds, we'll need Wyatt Krizalka, Penny Reinholz, Melanie Brown, Stephen Gamble, Grady Heller, Chloe Wardell, and Zoe Van Winkle.
Getting into some 1,400-pound steers, I always appreciate that when they do get heavier weight, that they can relay still on the right kind of muscularity and body shape. In a class of baldies, I think that this one is the most practical. I appreciate his angles, his smoothness of joints the most, while still being good body. And though he might not have the most hair, I do think he's really attractive from the side. He's pretty smooth-shouldered and cool-fronted, and I appreciate that about practical type steers. Now, this baldy who comes in second, probably ringside, you're going, well, John, when this one has a tremendous amount of stifle shape, he's really long-necked, why is he not your kind? And I get that. Because he's bigger framed, it's not really allowing him to relay the kind of body shape that I want in his forerib. You really get to studying his rib shape, and disappointingly, it's flatter. While at the same point, watch this steer go directly away from you, and he really needs to be cleaned up in his joint work. He kind of blew out a hawk on his show side. I'd like to fix that. Just mellow him out in terms of his body shape. A really nice third place steer who should get a lot of favors in terms of quality grade, because this guy is finished. He has a tremendous amount of finish in his chest floor and around his con and around his tailhead, and I appreciate that. But with that, he's also pretty straight-shouldered, probably not as smooth and elegant about his front one-third as I'd like, but he's still really practical, and I appreciate just how much condition he has laid on. Congratulations to a bunch of guys with a bunch of baldy steers. Nice job.
Your Class 7 winner goes to Gavin Grzalka, second, Bodie Olmsted, third, Chase Edwards, Getting ready to enter the ring now is our last class of market steers, Class 8, with Katie Schreibeis and Chase Edwards. We will need all first and seconds to make their way to the holding area for the selection of our overall steer, overall market animal. We're going to need to be looking for Violet Tipton, Stephen Gamble, Colton Smith, Wynn West, Jet West, Autumn Costin, and Gavin Grzalka. You guys need to start making your way to the holding area with your first place market animals. On deck for seconds, we need Wyatt Grzalka with your market heifer, Henry Reinholz, Melanie Brown, Stephen Gamble, Grady Hiller, Chloe Wardell, Zoe Van Winkle, and Bodie Olmstead. You guys need to make your way to the holding area with your first and second place animals for the selection of our overall market beef.
Awesome. Last class is steers, and yes, we do have some heavyweights. But just a piece of my mind is really, we used to as an industry think that cattle can get too big. But let me reassure you, some of the past few years I've been working in packing plants, and cattle are just getting bigger. They're getting more efficient. And we used to worry about equipment, but equipment is getting updated. So I'm not against utilizing a 1,600-pound steer to win a class because it's not against really my mindset, because he is the bigger hipped one. He's more expressive out to his pins. I just would go on and gamble that he'll have the shapelier carcass, and I appreciate this young man because he clearly knows how to use the feed bucket. I wouldn't put it past him. I think a really, really awesome job with that calf. I think he's big-footed, really big-hipped, and I appreciate that. Young lady comes again with a frost-steered steer, and I still like his practicality. He's really, really deep-ribbed, easy fleshing. Get your hands on him too, and he is finished, and I appreciate that. But it's probably from this view right here where he gets beat. He's just flatter stifled, a little bit flatter in terms of his pins, but still one that still should make a tremendous amount of money when hanging upside down. Nice job to those two exhibitors. Give me a little piece of my mind on weights on cattle.
Winning Class A goes to Chase Edwards, second Katie Strybeyes. They will both need to hang out to come back in for final drive. Getting ready to enter the ring now will be the selection of our overall champion market feed. For first place, it'll be Mila Tipton, Stephen Gamble, Colton Smith, Wynn West, Jet West, Autumn Costine, Gavin Grzalka, and Chase Edwards. All seconds, be on standby. On the selection of our champion market feed. If you're not showing in the bread and fed and have not had your picture taken, go ahead and head out to the grass ring and get that taken care of. For bread and fed, we will go right into that after this. So we will need Mylon Tipton, Wyatt Grzalka, Hayden Reinholz, Colton Smith, Melanie Brown, Chloe Wardell, Mylon Tipton, Tay Olmstead, Autumn Costin, Gavin Grzalka, Cody Olmstead, Chase Edwards, and Katie Schreibeis. You think about getting your animals up here for bread and fed.
really appreciate always being asked to do any show, no matter where it is or what it is. I was honored when I got this phone call. I was actually at the Ohio Beef Expo, and I had to escape from fans and blowers, and I remember just being so excited and grateful to be invited to come out into Wyoming, and it has been awesome. I appreciate all the ring staff that have hung with me for 3 days now. If you can tell, we're a little bit tired, but I think that what's keeping me awake right now is that I love cattle, and it's my absolute favorite species, and it's just what I appreciate the most and what grew me the most as an individual. But enough about me. I really do want to express that if you want to chase the next thing next year at fair, do it. If you want to strike off that next goal on your list, I think you can do it, especially at this level. I don't think that you can really be beat by being limited in terms of your resources. If you want to be more successful, if you want to have a better year, open up your ears and listen to those around you and go find ones that you like. I really think that every once in a while when I felt really defeated in the show ring, I just went back home and I worked harder. And I think that each and every one of you have that ability. There's a few out here that I think are really, really competitive cattle, and that I wasn't really expecting. And so it's been really, really exciting. It's been a real blessing. And if there's something I like more than steers, it's probably going to be the heifer show. So I'm excited. But let's get really loud for a project that's really difficult, that takes the longest time, arguably probably the most expensive. These kids have been awesome, nothing but respectful, and I'll go pick out a champion and reserve.
Your grand champion steer goes to John West out of class 4. We'll need Grady Hiller to come in with his second place steer.
Talk again, but I would like to highlight a second place steer that I still think is very, very competitive. I think that he fits in this lineup very, very well. He doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, but we Broadway cattle, and they usually don't have the extra bells and whistles. But I really appreciate that this whole lineup embodies a lot of practicality. If you want to stand ringside and say, oh, she's only picking clubbies, well, I challenge you, watch these clubby type steers show off, and still be very practical and competitive in a feedlot type situation. I think we've made cattle better in that way. So congratulations to you, young man, bringing in a really practical one. But my reserve champion is going to be the young lady right here with the snip nose.
Your reserve champion market steer goes to Lynn West out of class 3. Alright, we need to start having our bred and fed cattle start getting lined up. Mila Tipton and Wyatt Grzalka with their market heifers. Penny Reinholz out of class 1. Colton Smith out of class 2. Melanie Brown out of class 2. Chloe Wardell from class 3. Mila Tipton with her steer from class 4. Tank Onstead, class 5. Anna Frosty, class 6. Gavin Grzalka, class 7. Bodie Onstead, class 7. Chase Edwards, Class A, and Katie Schreibeis, Class A. Those individuals need to start lining up with their bred and fed animals outside of the show ring.
What car do you two have?
Alright, so we're going to get ready for our bred and fed show. So entering the ring will be with her heifer from Tipton Cattle Company, Wyatt Grzalka with his heifer from Wyatt and Tom Grzalka, Penny Reinholz with her steer from West Pass Ranch, Colton Smith with his steer from Tipton Cattle Company, Melanie Brown with hers from Hancock Cattle, Chloe Wardell with her steer from Part J, Myla Tipton with her other steer from Tipton Cattle Company, Tate Olmsted with Olmsted Cattle, Autumn Costine with her steer from Kincaid Club Calves, Gavin Grzalka with his from Grzalka Ranch, Katie Schreibeis with her steer from Schreibeis Ranch, and Chase Edwards with his from Blacktooth Ranch. If you're wanting to get your steer or heifer ultrasounded today, you can go down to the south corner of the commissioner barn in stall 83 and get that done. Also, make sure that if you haven't had your backdrop photo taken yet, you go ahead and get that done as soon as possible. Heat 1 of senior showmanship, be making your way to the holding area. Melanie Brown, Chloe Wardell, Natalie Brown, and Jeb West.
Hey, I'm a scratch.
Awesome group and a cool program. I always like when we highlight the ones that are found in your county, because a lot of times you don't have to travel thousands of miles to find great ones. Believe me, you can do that, but sometimes it just takes the right eye in your own county and really support those breeders around you. And I was just informed that only 11 head of cattle that were exhibited in the market show weren't bred in this county. So I think that's something to cheer about. I'm going to pick some county bred steers that embody some practicality, some profit off of either end of the grid, and it is a testament to your county. It's a testament to the breeders of supporting your kids that are in this county as well. And believe me, I do understand some of these might have won their respective classes, but that might not particularly mean that they're quite as competitive against maybe a steer that was in a really tough class and maybe he was down the line a little bit. But with that, I'm going to reevaluate, look around a little bit, and then we're going to cheer really loud for some awesome county bred cattle. Congratulations, these kiddos. Your champion bred and fed steer goes to Otto Costain. That was bred by Kincaid Pro Calves. Your reserve bred and fed steer goes to Chloe Wardell, and that was bred by Hart J. Livestock. We're going to get ready to roll right into showmanship. So if you do have a if you are entered in showmanship, you think about getting ready to make your way up here. We're trying to get through before the heat of the day.
one heat of senior showmanship. So that'll be Katie Strybye, Stephen Gamble, Natalie Herbst, Natalie Brown, and Chloe Wardell. A really quick break to get into pictures with the judge very quickly, and then we'll roll right into showmanship.
If there are any more showmanship scratches, can you please come tell me right now so that we aren't running multiple heats if we have a bunch of scratches? If we have any showmanship scratches, come let us know ASAP.
getting his last picture real quick.
I look so beautiful. Look
Doesn't
at the
matter.
hair
Come
I
on.
collected.
Here. Look at go up.
We're going to start with our senior beef showmanship in 5 minutes. Katie Strybei, Stephen Gamble, Natalie Herbst, and Chloe Wardell. We need you guys to start thinking about making your way over here for senior showmanship. There will only be one heat of that.
Beef exhibitors, this is the last call to get your picture taken. Again, beef exhibitors, this is the last call to get your pictures taken.
our senior beef showmanship. There's only one heat, so this will also be the selection of your champion and reserve senior showman. Intermediate beef showman, be on deck, orange cell, white. Wynn West and Riley Cannon, be thinking about making your way over here for intermediate showmanship. If you have won Grand or Reserve Showman throughout the week or win Grand or Reserve Showman today, make sure that you get to the fair office and get your round robin forms filled out. We need to have those in by today. That way we can get everything set up and ready to go for tomorrow. Round robin will be tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Orange South, Wyatt Rizalco, Wynn West, and Riley Panic.
Awesome with the seniors. I kind of timed myself and saw if we could switch because I do think that each and every one of these four has some talent, has some skill that should be highlighted and to be seen on some different stock. But really my advice to you guys and anyone who has maybe experienced a switch is do something. Please look at the animal and then either reset them. You don't have to circle them in my opinion, but you do have to do something. Some of us kind of just grabbed the animal and then hung out. I would challenge you to tweak something. Prove that you are the better showman than the person that has that animal. Nod your heads as seniors if that makes some sense. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Some things in showmanship that are really important to me that I'd like to highlight that they did well is they kept their animals away from them. I think that's the biggest pet peeve I have. If your hip or any type of body part ever gets into the animal, you're not going to win that fight. Please keep them away from you. It also protects your toes. I like my feet. My other thing is, I think in this group, I would challenge some showmen. I think we're kind of sticking our stick a little bit far out as we're walking. I'd like to kind of bring that a little bit closer to us. We're really not spearfishing. We are showmen. So keep it close and in and professional. I like showmen that are attentive to everything, but that don't overshow. There is this nice little fine line that we walk at all times. Am I overshowing my animal, or am I really paying attention to all the different things? I bet you can tell showmanship's near and dear to my heart. I think it's close, and I will take one more look, but thank you for coming back and showing to me in showmanship. I think it means a lot when you do come back and show. I don't like the trend, and if anyone back in the barn is hearing me, I don't like the trend of scratching out of showmanship. Please don't. Next year, this ring should be full of all the seniors that did show in the market show. Don't back down. Come back to me. I really appreciate it. With that being said, it's a close race out here. Let's cheer really loud right here at Champion Senior Showman.
Your champion senior showman goes to Chloe Wardell.
And right here, though it's close, I'm a big fan of this steer. I'm also a big fan of this young man right here. Nice shot.
Your reserve senior showman goes to Stephen Gamble. Third goes to Natalie Herbst, and fourth goes to Katie Schreibeis. Now entering the ring will be the first heat of intermediate showmanship. Oren Sell, Wyatt Rizalco, Wynn West, and Riley Panic. Heat 2 of intermediate showmanship, make your way to the holding area. Taylor Schreibeis, Tate Olmsted, Grady Hiller, and J.P. Reinholz, make your way to the holding area.
First set of intermediates, and I did go and talk to some of them, got a little bit nitpicky, but I think we learned some things. Some tidbits, if you're a little bit curious as to what I talked about, is some things that I'd love you to tell your kiddos or the ones that you're selling cattle to. If they have to pick at more than 1 foot, the kid probably stopped them wrong. I think that that's a really big deal. Lead them into it. That's when cattle look their best. Another thing is some spacing. I like kind of the general rule of thumb is give yourself maybe like a 3/4 of a cow's spacing. So in case they move, all I have to do is pull them up. I think sometimes even in the market show we got a little crunched. These are some really good kids that aren't going to get a callback. These two will be my callback for the champion drive in this division. But let's celebrate all of them because I thought they all did a really, really nice job.
Receiving a callback for intermediate showmanship is Wynn West and Wyatt Grzalka. Please hang tight close by. Getting ready to enter the ring for our second heat of intermediate showmanship is Taylor Schreibeis, Tate Olmsted, Grady Hiller, and J.P. Reinholz. Following this will be the selection of our champion intermediate beef showman. Don't forget, if you're wanting to get your animal ultrasounded, go down to the commissioner stall down in stall number 83. Get that done. Don't forget, again, if you need backdrop pictures, get that done as well. Also, round robin forms can again be picked up in the white cell office. You need to get those filled out and turned in by today.
So like when you open up, and then you open up this way, scratch, and we'll stop the rack. Another little thing is on the button, where still like this stack, especially right here is going to be our callback, but I do think everyone on the rail has been doing a really awesome job. Some little pointers. There we go. Thanks, Sheridan County. Some little pointers that I have been talking about with these exhibitors is really when we are stacked up, or what I like to call butt view or rear view. I'm not a fan of squaring them up anymore. I do think that that might just be a thing of the past. I would make sure that they're not really narrow set up, but I would make sure, kind of like the young man who got a callback, this is pretty ideal in terms of a butt view. Another thing is really I think it happens with gentlemen a little bit more is we kind of spread out our feet too much. Stand up strong and professional. I'm not asking you to stand in like a feminine manner. I'm just asking you to stand up a little bit more professionally. Another thing is really prioritize jacking their heads up. Cattle look better with their heads up all day. But I think you guys have all done an awesome job. Congratulations to that young man. Once again, fix your feet, bud. Fix your feet. There we go. Awesome. Good job.
Receiving a callback will be Tate Olmsted. So for our selection of our champion intermediate big showman, we need Wyatt Brzalka, Lynn West, and Tate Olmsted. Be making your way back into the ring.
Okay, let's go.
We need junior showmen to make their way to the holding area. Bodie Olmsted, Brecken Kisling, Mylan Tipton, Gavin Brzalka, Kenny Reinholz, and Chase Edwards. Make your way to the show ring for junior showmanship to be checked in.
You're confirmed safe. No cattle got loose, that's very nice. I really appreciate all the effort out here. I can tell that we're really working on improving and taking some advice. I like the spacing now that these cattle have some space. I think that that's a big deal. Once again, when you do switch livestock, I do think it's important to, one, be really slow, calm, and methodical, because this animal has no idea who you are. And at the same token, you do need to do something to improve how they were set up. I think that there is a ton of effort that's happening out here, and I appreciate that. Some things, just some tokens of advice, is maybe be a little slower in general. Just slow down your stick, slow down your movement. I think would be very beneficial. But I think that there's two very, very good showmen out here, and one that it might be having a little bit of trouble with his painted up heifer that has no idea who he is. Two things of advice: please give your animal back, and then also win with grace and lose with dignity. Are you ready? Nice job.
Your champion intermediate showman goes to win West Reserve White Grisalka. Entering the ring now is our junior showmanship with Bodie Armstead, Brecky Kissling, Mila Tipton, Gavin Grisalka, Penny Reinholz, and Chase Edwards. This will also be the selection of our champion in reserve junior showman.
Awesome. I love junior showmanship. This is where I really learned everything about livestock. Is where I would watch senior showmanship, so I always challenge you guys to do that. Please watch the showmanship classes before you. I appreciate when shows don't start with juniors because it allows you to watch. I wish I saw more of you ringside, maybe on that first class of seniors, so you could kind of tell the flow of this ring. The ring is small, okay guys? So use the entirety of the ring. I promise you won't get lost. You'll actually get a better look if you're not out here in the middle. A few things. I know you're little. I've been there. I was your size at one point. Just make sure you move your body outwards in order to actually check their feet to see if they're set. I don't know if a ton of us are really checking feet. Sometimes some of us got kind of lucky in how we stopped. And I appreciate that, though. I mean, I won't fight it. I think that there's 2 or 3 of you out here that I love your body posture. I like your intensity and your eye contact, the speed of our stick. Another quick thing in junior showmanship, I know it's tempting, but guys, don't look outside the ring in showmanship. I think that that's really a pet peeve of mine. I think you can do it. I believe in you to be able to do it yourself. I think that's a big thing. With that being said, let's cheer really loud for some really awesome juniors. Right here's the big champion. Right here with the cable holders in reserve.
Your champion, junior showmanship, goes to Gavin Garzalka. Reserve goes to Kenny Ryan. Third goes to Milo Tipton. Fourth goes to Chase Edwards. We will now begin the selection of our champion FFA showman. We are going to combine both leads, so we're looking for Lily Hancock, Ella Hiller, Amy Peldo, and Stephen Gamble. If you are in Cloverbud, so Tyne Tipton, Easton Manziel, Ruby, Anesi, and Easton Manziel, be thinking about getting ready to bring your bum cap out to the show ring. Can Kara Schreibeis come to the
heifers. I don't even want to know what temperature it is outside. So I am going to speed this up. But FFA members know that I'm really, really proud of you. I think this was the most solid set all day. That's a testament to your ag teachers. I'm a big fan of the blue jacket, but I was there and it gets sweaty and disgusting really fast. I do think that there's two out here. I'm getting pretty nitpicky on some things in terms of just body placement, where you are, and making sure that these cattle are led into being set up is a big deal for me. At the same token, I think that this is probably the best group that we've seen. Showmanship is my favorite because it's what you can control. So let's cheer about that. I'm very, very proud of you guys.
Your champion FFA showman goes to Stephen Gamble. Your reserve FFA showman goes to Lily Hancock. Alright, if we can get all of the bum calf participants to line up. Ty Tipton, Eason Mansell, Ruby Anisi and Eason Mansell, get ready to line up. On deck, we need bum calves for 4-H members with Chet Edwards and Samuel Taylor. You guys will go into the ring in just a minute after clubber butts are done. Entering the ring now is our Cloverbud Bub Calf class. Each of these participants will also be receiving a prize that was donated by Black Tooth Large Animal Services. So give them a big thank you if you see them or know them.
Sheridan County. It's pretty cute. Really what I appreciate right now is that there's no helpers out here. We really just sent you guys out to the wolves. I like that. I think that's a big deal. But I've done it with every species. I'm going to do it with this species too. Okay, cattle kids, you need to make me proud. When I give you the mic, you're going to give me a name and your name. Okay? You got that? Okay. Tell me your name and this your calf's name. Elmo and Time. That is really cute. Clap for Elmo. Okay, your heifer's name and your name. Nice job. Give them a hand. All right, bud. You're gonna make it loud. Your heifer's name and your name. Easton and Rocky. Awesome, awesome. Okay, sweet girl. Your heifer's name and your name. Nice job, you guys. Awesome. Let's celebrate them as they exit the ring. It's always my favorite, and sometimes the peewees or the cloverlets just make up a name, and that's kind of my favorite part. Nice job, you guys. Oh, look at that. Be careful. We need someone else to take buckets.
Alright, we're going to get ready for our bum calf class for 4-H members. Not only do these guys bring in their bum calves to the fair, but they also have to complete a record book. So, some really great life skills that they're learning early on. Champion bum calf today will receive a coat donated by Black Tooth Large Animal Services, and then the champion record book and reserve showman will also receive an award donated by Black Tooth Large Animal Service. So again, if you see them around, give them a big thank you.
Burger with no buns. Lots of
new for me. I've never done this before, but I like it. I do appreciate that we are actually calculating how much milk replacer costs, because it always broke my heart when Dad said, no, you can't keep this, because milk replacer is expensive, huh boys? A little bit expensive. I am just going to keep them how they came in. I'm not much of a calf judge. I like to actually step away from that, because kind of when they are this age, it's kind of hard to really project how good they're going to be. But the all-black heifer calf is higher performing. I do like her rib shape right now. The bull calf could be cool though in the future, because he's really big-footed, he's a cool color, he's big-topped, but that's how I do like them right now. Let's cheer for these kiddos, paying for milk replacer, and feeding very hungry calves of water. It's fun at first.
Are you ready to be done? You look like you're ready to be done.
Yeah, it was hit number one. It wasn't bad
You did a
till
full
about,
part.
it wasn't bad till about 10:30. Oh yeah, you did. It wasn't bad till about 10:30 when I started to get a
Here,
little
let me
bit.
get out of your road here and come this way.
Yeah.
Forgot what you're doing. I do that. Thank you. Say hi to your mom for me. She out. I could have brought her some squirrels.
We're going to take just a really quick break for lunch, but if Chloe Wardell with Phoenix could get ready to head up here, as well as Katie Strybys with her AOB English Junior Heifer Calf, could go ahead and get ready to head up here. Once we get situated, we'll get rolling right in. Most of these classes only have 1 to 2 head per class, so it's going to go very fast. Okay, if we can go ahead and get Chloe Wardell with Phoenix up to the holding area, and Katie Strybys with her AOB English Heifer Calf, we'll get rolling. And then Chloe Wardell and her maiden junior heifer calf, go ahead and get her ready to head up to the holding area as well. Yeah, so we need Phoenix first, yeah. and start bringing her up here. Stephen Gamble with Mako, be thinking about bringing her up here as well. All right, we're going to... We're going to kick off the heifer show, starting off with the Hereford Junior Heifer Calf with Chloe Wardell and Phoenix.
Hereford heifer calf here, and I really appreciate that she does have a lot of quality. I think she's very attractive about her hind leg. I like her body shape for her immaturity, and I do think that down the road she does have the right kind of extension to still be competitive. Congratulations, this young lady, cool Hereford heifer calf that you brought to your county fair. Nice job. I will say I'm just going to be transparent with everyone back in the barn. This is going to roll pretty quick.
All right, winning that class is Chloe Wardell of Phoenix. Entering the ring now is Katie Strybeiss with her AOB Junior Heifer Calf. In the holding pin, we need Chloe Wardell with her Maine 2 Junior Heifer Calf. We also need Stephen Gamble with his yearling heifer to be in the holding area.
Once again, I like taking on the challenge to take young calves to fair because I think it gets them broke quick, and I like that. This black heifer calf has a ton of quality. She is really long spined. I like how feminine she is about her head and neck. Some things I'd probably like to change is her underlying balance. She's kind of bigger in her navel and a little bit deeper chested, but that's really not that big of a deal. Like I said, sometimes we get a little bit critical on calves and then they tend to grow out of it. So hopefully when she gets a little bit more rib shape, it won't be so obvious, but I like a long spined, high performing one. Nice job to that young lady.
Winning that class is Katie Strybeiss. Entering the ring now will be Chloe Wardell with her Junior Heifer Calf. In the holding pin, we'll need Stephen Gamble with Mako. We also need our Black Angus Spring Yearling Heifers to make their way up. Katie Strybeiss, and Tate Olmstead.
Goggle-eyed Maine heifer calf. I know I'm not judging the cow, so I'll just pretend like I can't see her. I really like the stoutness, I like the power, but I still appreciate that she's maternal in her kind. Some things I'd probably like to maybe change is the fact that sometimes she's getting a little bit round or ducked up in her pins, but still a really, really nice heifer calf. Congratulations to that young lady. Hopefully she's competitive on down the road. Nice job.
Winning that class was Chloe Wardell. We now need Stephen Gamble of Mako to be entering the ring. Stephen Gamble. We also need Katie Schreibeis with her 2 heifers and Tate Olmstead with her Black Angus spring yearling heifer to make their way to the holding pen. We also need any other Continental breed spring yearling heifers with Mila Tempted, Gavin Grisalpa, and Orange Cell to make their way to the holding pen. Stephen Gamble, we need you to the ring. Stephen Gamble. Stephen Gamble, you need to come to the show ring. Stephen Gamble. Entering the ring now is Stephen Gamble with his maiden on June summer yearling heifer. We need Chloe Wardell with her junior heifer calf on deck for the selection of our division.
Gentleman brings me a May heifer, and it's always kind of difficult to manage Mays because sometimes, since they are a little bit younger, but you're kind of always on the edge of, do I get them red? What's happening? But I really like how fresh she's kept her, and the fact that she still has so much maternal body shape. I really like that. I do get her on the move, but I would like to change her ever so slightly in her loin. I'd like to make her stronger there, as well as maybe duck a little less in her pins as she walks. But I think it'll be a competitive main division with those 2 females we've just seen. I'm excited to see them back.
Okay, we need Chloe Wardell to enter the ring with her maiden on June junior heifer calf for selection of division.
division is a little bit close because I do think both have some quality, and I appreciate that. I really like the little goggle-eyed heifer calf. Her attractiveness about her hind leg is really nice. I do appreciate her stoutness. She is kind of in a bit of a rougher condition, maybe. Probably hasn't been in the barn, obviously, as long as the female behind her. But I do appreciate the flexibility, and I appreciate her kind. The young man's here that came out of the second class in the mains. Once again, like I said, I like that she's fresh. I like that she's so maternal. She does have just a little bit more maturity. I'll bank on that. This will be our champion main and our reserve main. Good job, bud.
Stevie Gamble is your champion main, Chloe Wardell Reserve. Coming into the ring now is our Black Angus Spring Yearling Heifer class. We have two injuries for Katie Schreibeis and Tate Olmsted.
Heifer's kind of my, I'll be honest, my absolute favorite breed. And I do appreciate that these exhibitors have prioritized getting these heifers bred. That's very, very important. But I do think the young man's is easily just the most dominant in terms of how complete she is. I like her foot quality. I like her top shape. I like that she still looks like a female up front. I could change her, make her a little bit more maternal in terms of her body shape, clean up her navel, and just make her just a bit deeper in terms of her spring of rib. But really, really nice female to win the particular class. The next two, there we go. We're still energized, still alive. Good deal. Next two, I think that the second place heifer is one that's also really maternal. I love the sweep to her lower rib cage. I think that she's really flexible in terms of her feet and legs. But she is a little bit more peaked in terms of her shape. She's a little bit flatter in her kind, but I like her in terms of her levelness right in the center portion of her spine. I also think she might just be a little bit more attractive comparatively in terms of her head and neck to the third place heifer. Now I won't argue, I do know that the third place heifer is stouter boned, she's wider constructed, but I just like to tweak her a little bit in some areas. She needs to be just a little bit more attractive about her front end. I'd like to clean her up in her navel. She's also wanting to duck ever so slightly in her pins. But nice class of Angus heifers. Let's cheer for the business breed.
Your champion Black Angus yearling heifer goes to Tate Olmsted, 2nd, Katie Schreibeis, and 3rd, Katie Schreibeis. Getting ready to enter the ring now is our Any Other Continental Breed Spring Yearling Heifers. This will be with Mila Tipton, Gavin Rozalka, and Orange Cell. We need Wind West on deck with her crossbred Spring Yearling Heifer. We'll also need Bodie Olmstead and Mila Tipton to think about heading up here with your main cross Spring Yearling Heifer. We need Wind West with her crossbred Spring Yearling Heifer to start making her way to the holding area. Wind West.
Some continental heifers, and I think it's actually a really nice group. But Young Man's here dominates in my mind. I really like how bold she is in her lower body. I like how maternal she is about her shape. I like that she is flexible enough for me, but she has a tremendous amount of foot and bone, and I appreciate that. I think her best view is probably the one that I'm at right now. She's really wide pinned and big hipped. Some things I would like to change up just a bit about her is freshen her up at the base of her chest, a little bit over her crest, and I don't say this every day, but her poll is almost getting a little bit extreme for me. I'd like to just make her head and neck a little bit more attractive, but I like her body shape. I like her from a 3/4 view. Young Man's doing a nice job. Here with another with a baldy female is one that's really fresh. I like how angular she is. I think she is really functional in terms of her feet and legs. She might just be longer strided than our class winner, but she doesn't have as much to her. She's flatter ribbed, a little more disappointing in terms of her lower body, but a really nice type of heifer that has a lot of functionality. I think the young lady's heifer here in third is one that's going to relay a lot of muscularity to the next generation. She's really wide-based, really big-ended, and I appreciate that. But with that, she desperately needs to be distant, have a little bit more rib shape, probably strengthen her up in her loin. But a really nice group of 3 continental heifers. Let's cheer for them, Sheridan County.
Winning that class was Orange Cell, second Gavin Rozalka, and third Mila Tipton. Entering the ring now is Wind West with her crossbred Spring Yearling Heifer. On deck, we'll need Bodie Olmsted with his main cross spring yearling heifer. We'll also need Wynn West to think about getting back up to the ring with her Hereford spring yearling heifer. Also, if you're done showing today, make sure you get that consignment form done. They can be found in the white sale office. So get those forms done and turn in by today, please.
Nice single entry. I can't get this class wrong. I really appreciate this female from this side. I think she paints a really, really nice silhouette. She's really, really feminine from her shoulder forward. Still has some boldness and maternal shape. I would, if I were to get picky on her, I would like when you step right in front of her, just make her a little bit wider and more genuine down to the surface. But I like that she looks like a lady. I appreciate the length of spine, and I appreciate the condition that she's in. Congratulations to that young person.
Winning that class was Wynn West. Entering the ring now is Bodie Olmsted with his main cross spring yearling heifer. We'll need Wynn West on deck with her Hereford heifer and Orange Cell on deck with his main junior yearling heifer.
Here brings us another good single entry. Probably the coolest shirt all day. I think I like that shirt. I want to know where you got it from. I really appreciate this female for her foot size, her bone. She has a tremendous length from hooks to pins, and I do appreciate that. Some things I would like to change is probably just make her bolder and more maternal in her center body. Maybe allow her to be a bit less harsh in terms of the angle of her hind leg. But I really like this female in terms of her length of hip. Young man's doing a good job. Let's cheer for him.
Winning now is Bodie Olmsted. Entering the ring now is Wynn West with her Hereford heifer. We'll also need Ella Hiller on deck for her any other Continental breed junior yearling heifer.
Hereford here. Young lady brings us another good one. I really appreciate that this one has some natural stoutness and muscularity. She does have some base width, and I appreciate that. I like the foot quality on this female. I like her goggle eyes. I appreciate all those types of things. I would like to make her just a little bit longer hipped, probably a little bit more maternal, and she is fighting the young lady a little bit, so I won't discredit that she is rising up ever so slightly in the center portion of her spine. I'll forgive her for that, but a really, really nice female. Young lady's doing a nice job.
Winning that class was Wynn West with her Hereford spring yearling heifer. We now need Orange Cell to be entering the ring with his main junior yearling heifer. Born January 1st to February 28th, 2023. On deck, we need Ella Hiller, Tylen Smith, Chloe Wardell, and Chloe Wardell.
fronted. I like her head and neck. I do appreciate that she is moderate, but she might borderline be a little bit too moderate to really be my kind. I do appreciate that she's really wide constructed. I like her lower body shape. Some things to fix. When they make them this moderate, they become a little bit open at the top point of their shoulder and a little bit bolder from there down. I'd like to tweak that about this female, but a really, really good one in terms of her head and neck. I like her body shape, and I think she's flexible enough. Congratulations to you on a good single entry.
Winning that class was Oren Sell. We're now entering the ring will be Ella Hiller with her AOB Continental Junior Yearling Heifer, born January 1st to February 28th, 2023. On deck, we're looking for Tylen Smith with her Hereford Senior Yearling Heifer.
Brings this one with a lot of performance. I actually like when you kind of zoom in on this heifer. Her teat size and placement reads to me like she should have a pretty nice udder. Some things I'd like to change though is with her performance ever so slightly on the move, she's kind of underneath herself. She has a little bit more set to her hind leg and yet is kind of constricted in her pasterns. I'd like to change that. Also at the same token, she's a little bit dull in terms of her condition and her hair coat, not really allowing her to show off just how extended and how long spine she is. I like this heifer. Congratulations to her.
Winning that class was with Ella Hiller. Entering the ring now is Tylen Smith with her Senior Yearling Hereford Heifer, born September 1st to December 31st, 2022.
Single entry here with an FFA member. I appreciate the angle to this female shoulder. I like that she's long-spined and high-performing. She's also bred, so that's a really big positive. I like bred cows more than open cows. Honestly, though, I would like to see more muscularity. She's a bit more conventional and common in her kind, but I hope that she's very productive and brings a lot of money to this young person. Nice job.
Winning that class was Tylen Smith. Entering the ring now is Chloe Wardell with her AOB Senior Yearling Heifer, born September 1st to December 31st, 2022.
Yearlings are really near and dear to my heart because honestly, if you're paying attention, they are the hardest to manage. They're the most difficult because not only do they have to be really bred, they also have to keep up with the growth curve, and at the same token, you have to get along with them for a really long time. They tend to stay in your barn for a long time. I really was excited this summer when at National Engineering Show I sold a heifer that won the very last class of the day, which means that that young person worked really, really hard to get him there. So my hats are off to you to show senior yearlings and to get them bred up to calf at the right time. But back to the livestock. I like that she's so good at the angle of her shoulder. She's really long spined and really elegant about her front 1/3. I like that she's shaking down an udder. To get a little bit picky, and it tends to happen to senior yearlings, is when they kind of turn into looking more like a cow. She's a bit more peaked over the top side of her skeleton, a little bit weak behind her shoulder, but disregard that. I do think that this is a nice female. The young person's done a very, very nice job with. She's really long-fronted and cool from the side. Nice job.
Winning that class was Chloe Wardell. Entering the ring now will also be Chloe Wardell with her main and Jew cow-calf pair. We also need Oren Sell, Ella Hiller, and Chloe Wardell to be getting ready to come on deck for the selection of the division for the AOB Continental. Oren will need to come with Delilah, Ella will need to come with Roberta, and Chloe will need to come in with Louie.
I appreciate that the cow calved actually before her second birthday. That means that we are making efficient ones. That's always my goal. I like that the cow has some foot quality. I like her angles. Honestly, she probably melted off a little bit more than what I would like. I'd like to see her just be a little bit, look a little bit more like a brood cow in terms of her body shape, but she is very attractive. She obviously did her job, and I think she outdid herself because her calf is stouter than her and definitely has more muscularity in terms of hip shape and pin width. That sometimes seems to be unique on a first calf. I appreciate that her first calf is better than her. Back to the cow. I do like her udder development. Maybe I'd like to see a little bit more milk production, but I like her in terms of her angles. My hats are off to exhibitors that bring cow-calf pairs. They're sometimes my favorite thing to show, or my least favorite thing to maybe haul to shows. Nice job.
Alright, winning that class was Chloe Wardell. So now entering the ring will be our division selection of the AOB Continental heifers. Oren Sell with Delilah, Ella Hiller with Roberta, and Chloe with Louie. After that, we'll need to have our division drive of Hereford heifers. So Wynn West with Razzle, Tylynn Smith with Star, and Chloe Wardell with Phoenix. Don't forget, if you still want to participate in the ultrasound contest. They're located down at the Commissioner's Barn in stall 83. They have really good cash prizes this year. Also, if you're interested in livestock judging, there will be a 307 series contest tomorrow morning. Registration starts at 7. The contest will begin at 7:30.
I know it was a small division, but it's not a weak division. I do think that for their particular ages, they all embody productive type females that are very maternal in their body shape and still have some stoutness and some look. I know I have been speeding through the heifer show, but with heat, I just felt like it's probably the most important to do. It's not that I am discrediting at all. This is probably where I am the most in love with the cattle industry, is looking at heifers and cows. But let's celebrate these kiddos real quick. We still have it in us. Awesome. I think that it ultimately comes down to the female that's first in line and then the female that's last in line. It's nothing to take away from the one that's right in the middle. I like her performance and I like her maternal shape. But I do think it's kind of pick your poison and pick your kind, because the whiter flanked female is probably stouter. The bigger footed one that has more bone, probably more shape and spread everywhere. And I do realize they are very different ages of livestock. She's probably a little bit more in terms of her condition and gear to go right now. I like that about her, but at the same token, she's a little bit crustier over her head and neck, probably not as attractive about her head and neck moving forward. At the same token, she's also just a little bit bolder in terms of her shoulder, but a really, really nice one. I would expect a Continental to have that kind of stoutness. The senior yearling heifer is really mesmerizing from the side. It's really hard to make them quite that long-necked, but in all honesty, you don't really make a ton of money off of length of neck. The only thing that really happens is they take a better picture, and I appreciate that. But her in herself is longer hipped. She's really awesome bodied, and I appreciate that. And many times when they are so jet-necked and cool-fronted, they become straight in terms of their knee. This heifer defies that. She is good at the angle from her shoulder down to her knee. I like that she's bred up, but I am going to be honest, she's probably not as far along in terms of her condition, which could be a positive and a negative, because really she is a little bit tighter in her forerib. Might not have the same type of power as the female in front of her. But she is more my kind. That one will win this division. The one in front will be reserved.
Your champion AOB Continental goes to Chloe Wardell. Reserve goes to Oren Sell. You guys just stay close to go in for overall. Now entering the ring, we need Win West with Razzle, Kylan Smith with Star, and Chloe Wardell with Phoenix for the selection of our champion and reserve Hereford heifer.
A nice Hereford division, and it's not every day you always see a registered black Hereford heifer. So my my hats are off to you for finding a very, very unique breed. Her and herself, she is long spined. I like her angle to her knee. Probably doesn't have the same type of quality or stoutness compared to the two Herefords in front of her. I do think that there is some comparison between these two. I like that the heifer calf is really smooth shouldered and long fronted. She reads like she'll have a lot of future. I also like her body shape, but I like that the second Hereford heifer in line is just really stout. She's really big hipped, explosive out to her pins. I like that she's big boned and really, really good footed. I would like to maybe make her a little bit more maternal in terms of her body shape and kind of loosen her up and make her behave a bit better for the young lady. But I'll give a little bit of a piece of my mind is that Hereford cattle, I think, tend to be the ones that look super maternal and they have awesome feet. So I like to find Herefords that have just a little extra stoutness. But that's nothing to take away from the heifer calf in front because who knows, this time next year, she'll probably look pretty good. This will be champion Hereford, reserve Hereford.
All right, your champion Hereford heifer goes to Land West with Razzle, reserve Chloe Wardell of Phoenix. We'll now move on to our main and Jew division championship. We need Chloe Wardell of Leah, Stephen Gamble of Mako, Bodie Omsen with Sweet Pea, Oren Sell with Jemima, Chloe Wardell with her cow-calf pair. If those individuals could come to the ring for the selection of our champion and reserve main on Jew. Alright, so getting ready to enter the ring will be Chloe Wardell of Leah, Stephen Gamble of Mako, Bodie Omsen with Sweet Pea, Oren Sell with Jemima, and Chloe Wardell again with her cow-calf pair for our champion and reserve main. If you had a champion or reserve in your division, you need to be out in the holding area. We'll get you lined up for the selection of our champion and reserve overall breeding heifer.
some birth dates so I can really judge them for their specific breed or their division. In smaller shows, I like to at least have that really downloaded in my head. I think it's a good main division. I think that it's highlighting that this breed really puts some stoutness into them, but it's also highlighting that the breed has a little bit of difficulties with some structure, maybe looking quite as maternal as I'd like cattle to look. I am going to take another look. I'm probably going to pick a few females that I just think are the most maternal in their kind while still being stout, probably being on the right side of the growth curve. I do appreciate all the effort that's been put into these females. I know I've been rushing through, so good job being on time to this division. Let's hear it for these exhibitors.
Your champion main goes to Stephen Gamble with Mako. Your reserve champion goes to Chloe Wardell with Cow Calf Pair. Sorry. Champion goes to Chloe Wardell with her calf Leah. Alright, so now we need to get ready for the selection of our overall breeding heifer. So for the Angus division, we need Tate Homestead. AOB, we need Chloe Wardell with Louie. Hereford, we need Gwen West with Razzle. Maine, we need Stephen Gamble with Mako. Crossbred, we need Gwen West with Mimi. And AOB English, we need Katie Schreibeis. So all those first place, please get lined up. Seconds, be waiting in the holding area. For reserves, we need only Katie Schreibeis from Angus. Lauren Sell with AOB Continental. Chloe Wardell with Phoenix from Herefords. Chloe Wardell with Leah from Maine's. So all those second places, just hang out in the holding area to get ready to go back in case. Alright, if we're ready, we're going to get ready for the selection of our champion and reserve overall breeding heifer. If you had a sheep, goat, or swine that participated in the carcass contest, the results are posted on behind the wall behind us out in the pigs area of the barn. So if you want to go ahead and see those results, they are posted on the wall. Entering the ring now is the selection of our champion reserve breeding heifer. We have Tay Olmsted with Angus, Chloe Wardell with her AOB Continental, Wynn West with her Hereford, Stephen Gamble with his Maine, Wynn West with her Crossbred, and Katie Schreibeis with her AOB English.
I'm starting to cramp.
Well, Sheridan County, I've had a blast. I know it's been a long 3 days, but I really hope that I just spread the most joy that I possibly could. I might have used my kind of livestock, and if you didn't agree with me, so be it, but I've had so much fun. You guys have been nothing but so kind to me, and I really appreciate that. I hope that I highlighted each and every one of your exhibitors, because I do think that these kids are rock stars. It's been awesome. Your female show has been pretty impressive. I know there's not a ton of numbers, but I do appreciate bringing me ones with a tremendous amount of flexibility, some body shape, some look, and some stoutness. I think that all of these heifers are going to treat their exhibitors really good as mature cows, no matter what that goal is. I like them all. Let's really celebrate these kiddos. Let's cheer really loud. You guys know we can be awake. This is the last time you have to cheer with me. The crossbred is going to be champion. Nice shot.
Her champion heifer goes to Lynn West with her crossbred.
From there, I actually think reserve gets a little bit close, so I guess I'll talk a little bit about them. The AOB heifer, I'm a big fan of senior yearlings that look like cows, that are big-bodied and attractive about their front end. She probably actually is a little bit thin, so it's making her look pretty flat in her forerib, a little bit weaker up in behind her shoulder, but she is older. and she's really close to calf. I like her flexibility and I like her look from the side. She's going to be a pretty beautiful brood cow. A young man with his Hereford heifer, I like the stoutness of bone. I like the stoutness that she possesses. I might like to rock her back in some of her angles and make her look a little bit more attractive, but I think for what she is, she's really stout and she's correct. Nice Hereford female. And then a young man here with the Baldy female that came out of the main division. I like that she's really loose spine. She's really good at the ground. And it also came to my attention she's a merit heifer. Absolutely love that program. I think it's a big deal. And if you are still of age to apply for it, I think that it's awesome. My merit heifer has been quite the producer for me. I've even put some of my merit heifers' calves into my sale. So it really comes down to those three. Nothing to take away from some of the Angus females because I know that Angus will be profitable no matter what. But I am going to go ahead and use the senior yearling as Reserve Supreme.
Reserve champion goes to Chloe Wardell. We would like to give a big thanks to our judge, John Wynn. She's battled the heat and all these classes for the last 3 days, and I think she's done a pretty good job, so we really appreciate it.
Pretty good. Giving me a hard time.
If you would like a picture with the judge at the backdrop, go ahead and head that way now. Get that done and taken care of. Also, if you have a steer and you would maybe not mind it being in the judging contest tomorrow, come and find myself. We can look at it and see what we think we can make for our class.
Phase 1 heifer maturity. If you can start making your way to the show ring, phase 1 heifer maturity. Please start making your way to the show ring.
And don't forget, if you were a champion or reserve today in round robin, please get those papers filled out and turned into the white shed. If you showed pigs, sheep, or goats, and were champion or reserve showman and have not filled out your paperwork, please go ahead and get that filled out and into the white shed.